Welcome in, Saribot. Stream Elements. Nice to know you're here taking care of me. Hey, Pondi. How are you? Nice to have you in here for a minute. How's your streams going today? Thank you. I'm all ready to flip it and start the bottom side. I'm waiting for Kinmaru. I wanted her to see it because she got off before I was finished last night. I'm doing great. Took a nap a little bit ago. Slicing and dicing good time. Yeah, that's Dead by Daylight, all right. And it has all those bone crunching sounds. No, thank you. Can't do it. My poor little brain gets overwhelmed with that stuff. So we will start the bottom half. I like her goblet. I like the way her goblet turned out. I think it looks cool. And maybe Kimaru isn't going to get on tonight. She's usually in here right away, but I haven't seen her yet. So I might just flip it and get started. I'm working on my tray of beads, getting my tray of beads all set so that we're all ready when I get it flipped to start putting beads down. I'm pretty sure just 2 more sessions at the most, and I'll have this one finished and I'll be on to the next. And that's pretty awesome because when I first started streaming, it was taking me a couple of weeks to get one finished. And it felt like forever. Now that I'm feeling so much better, everything seems to be flowing smoother. I love it. My daughter is leaving tomorrow to start heading back this way from Wisconsin. I'm so excited. Naps are magic. Naps are definitely magic. I didn't plan on one, I just fell asleep. But that works because I stay up pretty late when I do this. And that's okay. I like to stay up late. But I'm excited. My daughter will be home, if not Monday, then Tuesday next week. They're leaving Wisconsin tomorrow to start heading this way. So I got them in my prayers that they make it safe. I know they will. They're good drivers. They're intelligent. They have their route all mapped out and planned out, staying at motels every night so that they can get a good night's rest. But I'm really excited. I've really missed her since she moved out that way. And she's bringing her significant other, who is just an awesome human being. When I finally got to meet him, I was very pleased. And he treats her so well. And that's all a mama can ask for, is that they find someone that treats them good. So in the meantime, this keeps me occupied so I don't sit here and be the worrywart that I am. Sounds like I've gone country tonight, but I haven't. It's just some old songs playing. Commanders. Commander Cody and he's lost. Planet Airmen. Oh yeah. 60s for sure. So here we are. Another night. Getting ready to get started. As soon as I can get the bead set. And of course I have defunct beads always that I put in my bead jar. My bead jar is filling up. I'm gonna have to get me a new one. Come on, beads. When I put this many in, sometimes it's a little more difficult to get them straightened out and put in my rows, but at the moment I'm just going to leave it like it is. I'll mess with them when I get to them. I will have to show this to Miss Kinmaru when she gets in here because I want to get it turned and started. Take my clips off so I can pull it off. I have clips on all corners. All right. I just played this song. I wonder why it's playing a second time. I need to check. Make sure it's set up right. There we go. Oh, let me put this one up here. Good practice for my hands. These are hard sometimes to pinch and make work. Strengthen my hands. And roll up the top half. After I get my glue ready. There we go. And my clothespins. Because clothespins work easiest when I have it rolled in. All righty. ready to start. I knew that one was going to give me grief because it was too far down when I did it. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to start. First, I'm just going to put one in that spot because I didn't get one in there last night. Well, that bump is going to have to stay there, I guess. Here we go. For some reason, I've lost a piece of my screen on the right side tonight. The other night it was on the left side, and I don't understand why. I don't see anything on the browser that would make it do that. And an ad break, of course. Let me work this hair off of here while I'm on an ad break. Happens when you have lots of animals in the house. There we go. That one is being stubborn. Got it. Oh, no, come off of there. There we go. Get rid of that nasty old hair. Doesn't belong in the picture. All right. Let's start putting on the background. Oh, I know what else I need to check real quick. Ah, that's what's wrong. I'm not on shuffle. I wondered. Now I am. Okay, so I should be working now. I raised up my laptop that I put this on, or my lap tray that I put this on today, hoping I could keep the camera out of my head range because I kept knocking the camera. I don't know if it's working or not, but I think we'll be okay. And welcome back from the ads. And I just managed to knock into the camera. So I need to be careful still. And that's okay. Careful is good. Oh, today is Ken Maru's birthday. I wonder if she's out with her hubby celebrating. Okay, we're not even showing what we're doing. Let's get the camera up where it belongs. There we go. Now you can see it. Having 6 animals in my house definitely leaves me open to hair all over my projects. Awesome. Here we go. Laying down the beads. Oh, let's not make them crooked already. Crooked doesn't work. Crooked in one place makes it crooked every place else. We don't like that. A couple of these are kind of big beads. There we go. Got them. So we got a frost advisory out here tonight. It's going to get really cold. And on we go. Get the extra glue off the edge so it doesn't start leaving glue behind. Okay, Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen. We're good. We need another song. I like my songs mixed, which is why I shuffle. Shuffle, shuffle. No, now. Good group, but let's go back to here. Shuffle. I'm going to go here. We're going to start with this one. It's a cute little song. Come on, let's do this right. Thank you. Come on. There we go. Go where you went. Go where I want you. Out of second gear. Kingaroo. Happy birthday, my friend. How was your day? Of course. Good. Good days on your birthday are necessary. So, as you can see, I did finish last night. You want me to show you the top? Did you get good stuff today, or did you already have all your gifts? I know your parents sent you stuff. I like those t-shirts you showed us. It does. You can see her goblet, how well that turned out. This was the area that I was still working on when you went, when you said goodnight last night. Okay. Do you want me to show you? Because it only takes a minute, and I would be more than happy. So I fell asleep tonight, about 6:30, sitting here. You hung out with the turkeys this morning, and then this evening you went out to eat. Good for you. Went to Freddy's. You had some chicken tenders and French fries. Oh, a chocolate brownie sundae. That sounds rich. Man, I love brownies and ice cream together. Ooh. But ice cream has a lot of fat in it and phosphorus and stuff, and I'm not supposed to eat that stuff. I do sometimes still because it's just good. I'll bet it was. Ah, that's her. That's what I thought. The rest of her arm there. And this is her gown. I think this is the huntsman. No, this is the little granny, the little old lady. She turns herself. You had a Pepsi? Oh, yum. Pepsi's always been my favorite soda. I quit drinking them a few years back because I just lost the taste for it, but I still love Pepsi. If I get a soda and they have Pepsi product, that's what I order. If they have Coke products, I order Sprite, which is better for me anyway. We don't go out to eat. When I told that to the kidney doctor, we don't go out to eat, He said, like, once a month maybe, or I said, no, we don't. We can't afford it. We're in a small town. We don't go out to eat. We don't do fast food. We don't do restaurants. Of course, you've been avoiding it. Yes, right, you have been. But you figured it's your birthday, and that's a day to splurge. So I'm glad you did that. Pepsi and a brownie sundae. Yummy. Makes me want ice cream now. Good thing my son doesn't work at Safeway anymore. I'd be sending him a text. Bring me some ice cream home. So he's going to work tomorrow, get some overtime. They were asked him if he would come in and do it on Saturday during the day, but apparently after he spoke to his boss yesterday, they settled on him coming in tonight instead. Not tonight, tomorrow night. So Ms. Feisty is, you can go back to your diet tomorrow exactly. That your birthday is a day to splurge. Diets, we don't have diets on birthdays. Birthdays and diets don't go together. They just don't. They're a bad mix. So Miss Feisty was in a stream that I was in earlier today, and apparently they have the walkthrough at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So they've been busy, busy, busy getting everything finished today. I'm very anxious, very excited because I really am looking forward to them being here. I've got some things I still want to fix furniture wise in the house, change some stuff around before they get here, but it won't take much. My son and I can do that Saturday and Sunday. You've been binge watching House? Isn't that the one with the doctor who uses a cane? That's the only way I can think to describe it. A doctor who uses a cane. Okay. I've seen some of that. I haven't watched a whole lot of it, but it was the episodes I've seen were good. I currently have my TV on Bones for my dogs. My little dogs have already been put to bed for the night. Mr. Nico decided he was going to lift his leg on Tank's crate this afternoon, and so it's like, nope, you can go to your room for that. So I fed him and I put him away. And if I put him away, I put her away. It just works better. So my Tank is sitting over there with no muzzle and no lead, just watching me. I think he's a happy boy today. He is. He's a happy boy today. Naughty, naughty is right. I get so aggravated when I find them pottying in the house. It's not like I don't take them out every 2 hours during the day and up until I put them to bed most of the time. So I was quite annoyed because I had just taken him out at like 6 o'clock. I fell asleep about 6:30 and I woke up about 7:30 and found it. And it's like, I knew it wasn't the little girl. I knew it wasn't Lucky because she's a girl. And it was on the side of Tank's crate. It's just bad enough that I'm fighting Tank to leave the littles alone. He has to go and do that. It's like, what are you asking for trouble, dude? I mean, come on. I don't get it. Sometimes I don't understand the dog psyche. Sarah sat in the coop with me again this morning. Awesome. So Mama Ruben's relaxing now that her babies are getting older. You let her in before the turkeys were done with breakfast, and she still minded her manners. Oh, good for her. She is a good dog. Everything I've seen and heard from you, she is a very good dog. She kind of reminds me of Miss Feisty's dog that we had to have put down because we found a mass on her stomach that we couldn't. It's too big to. It was preventing her from digesting food, and we it was too big to be removed, so we had to have her put down. She was a highly intelligent dog. Um, she was an Australian Kelpie. I found out that wasn't a breed I'd never heard of. And when you looked at her, she looked like she was a miniature German Shepherd or a miniature Rot or something like that. And they got her from a shelter and they were told that that's what she was. And I never, I never saw that. The coloring, maybe she's tan with the black eyebrows. I mean, black with tan eyebrows and things. She's the best dog you've ever had. She's such a sweetheart. That's so awesome. We all need to have a good dog like that at least once in our lifetime. And um, so, yeah, her name was Kita. We got her from my niece who had gotten her from a shelter, and the shelter told her that she was a Rottie German Shepherd mix. I never saw the German Shepherd. I said, well, coloring may be Rot, but I just never really believed it. And then I was talking about her to one of the volunteers I worked with when I worked in a library. Doberman Australian Shepherd, two intelligent mixes. Most definitely two intelligent mixes. And the volunteer I was speaking with had wanted to become a vet, but then couldn't take the vaccinations that you have to be a vet. That's not something I'd never heard of, but okay. Uh, so anyway, she knew a lot. She did know a lot about breeds and things. And when I was describing Kita, she told me it sounds like an Australian Kelpie. So I looked it up and I saw a picture of my daughter's dog right there on the computer. It's like, oh my God. All these years we've called her something different, and this is what she is. There's this particular breed of Australian Shepherd, because they are shepherd dogs. They've been raised to be sheep herders. They are trained to take the herd out in the morning, monitor them all day, and bring them back in the evening with no human intervention. It's a very intelligent breed. And I saw that intelligence in her all the time. She was an amazing dog. And she just understood us. I mean, you could talk to her like a person, and she's like, she got it. She was really cool. So, fixing the rest of my beads that I couldn't fix when I was setting up my tray, I put so many in it, I couldn't get them all straightened out. So now I have, there we go. So I've never had a Doberman, but my husband's brother had a Australian Shepherd that he did not get fixed, who ran around the neighborhood impregnating all the females. One of the females he impregnated was a purebred golden retriever. And my husband and I ended up with one of the puppies out of that litter. And oh my God, she was our nurse dog. If somebody didn't feel good, she'd stay with them until they felt better. When Miss Feisty was born, she wasn't allowed in her room, but she would lay in front of her room to guard it for me and to keep an eye on her. And as soon as Miss Feisty would start making those noises a baby makes when they're waking up, she would come running out to get me. She'd come running out straight to me and look at me, turn around and go back. And if I didn't follow her, she'd come back and do it again until I would finally follow her in to check on the baby. So when she started being that involved with her, I let her go into her room after that. I had her Miss Feisty was in her crib, and I called her in so that she could look in the crib and know that she was okay. She calmed down after that. She gets concerned. Some dogs just have that gene in their body. They know and they care, and so they stay with that person. If we had a band-aid on our body, she'll check on them and herd them to bed. That's a good dog. Tara was the name of our Australian Shepherd Golden Retriever mix. And if somebody had a band-aid on their body, she would take her front teeth and very, very carefully nibble the band-aid off and then clean the wound. She was something. So we didn't wear band-aids around her because she'd take them off anyway. So I raised this table up a little more tonight that I set my project on, hoping that maybe it would get the camera more out of my range so that I'm not bumping into it, but I've already bumped it. I just need who was it, Little Mama Mia? She's very much about keeping a healthy sleep schedule. If you stay up late, you have to take a nap. That's hilarious. I like that dog. I stay up late. I like to take naps. I never used to, but I do now. I've got some really old music playing today. I started it in a different spot in my list. So she herds you to bed for a nap if you've been up late. That's great. Oh, come on. So usually if I leave Nico and Lucky in their crates with the big guys out, Nico just raises a fuss the whole time. He's being very quiet in there because he knows he did wrong today. Especially if you get up early after you stayed up late. Well, yeah, because then you're not getting enough rest. I wonder if it's something they can smell on us, if it's something they just sense about us. Because some dogs are just really tuned into humans and their needs. It sounds like Farah is really good on that. Okay, let's move towards the other side again. So nights when you stay up watching me, I'll bet she makes sure you sleep, take a nap the next day, huh? Why is it doing this? It's not. I might close it and restart it. Let's go to liked songs. It's on shuffle. I've got the verb in there and I don't like the verb. I'll have to take that out. Here, I'm going to play some Bob Seger. If she pouts, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. The only dog I've ever had that comes close to a pout is Miss Katai. And when she gets upset with something that she's disapproving of or doesn't like or what have you, she'll turn her back. She'll pull her ears all the way back and she'll turn her back on you and just sit there and ignore you. If you speak to her, she doesn't even twitch her ears. She just sits there. So that's as close as I've ever come to seeing a dog pout. And Miss Katai has done that since she was a newborn puppy. She'd get mad at her brothers and sisters and she'd walk away and turn her back to them. She'll move out of arm's reach and turn her butt to you. Yep, that's what Miss Katai does when she's not happy with something. I can always tell. I am very proud of that dog today, though. She usually barks and doesn't just alert bark. She aggressively barks when she hears or sees, not hears, when she sees somebody moving down the street, especially if they have an animal, or if a delivery truck pulls up and they bring something and put it on the porch. She just barks. She's been getting bonked for that time and time and time again since we moved into this house. And today, Chewy driver pulled up and she saw his truck and she looked at me and she whined. And I looked and I knew what it was because I was expecting him. I said, "No, Katai, you don't, he's been invited. You need to leave that go." So she looked back and she whined again, but she didn't bark. She watched him come out of the truck with the box, walk up to the porch with the box, lay it down by the front door, walk back to his truck, get in and leave, and all she did was whine. So I praised her. I gave her lots of love for that one because that's the behavior I need to see. That she's listening to me and she's learning that there's times to bark and there's times not. If she were just an alert barker, it wouldn't bother me so bad. But she goes off. Number one, it scares me because it's so loud. And then she just keeps going. That's what I told her. Told her what a good dog. I brought her over and I gave her all kinds of loving. I told Uncle William when he got up so that he could praise her as well. Not when he got up, when he came out of his room. He was already up and had showered. It was still in his room. And so she heard me telling him and then looked at him and he praised her and she just grinned. That was so cute. She knew she did good and she was waiting to hear it from him. And honestly, at 6 years old, it's about time she starts getting the picture, starts getting the message. I was impressed with her today. She has been a very good dog today, and I'm very, very pleased. And I've had Tank out of the muzzle the last two times they've been out. He was laying on the end of the couch where I sit with both of the littles this afternoon. Been praising Farah for checking on people and helping and for keeping an eye on you. Good for you. You know, you can train her to be a service dog that way because she already does it. start asking her to bring you stuff and praising her when she does. And that's how they start training service dogs. The trainer that taught us the bonk method is telling us that with Kuma. But like I said, I am not consistent enough and I haven't been able to make that work. Good. Looks like we're back on a shuffle on the music, especially the times when Farah has come and got your husband and had him check on me. That's an important part, yes. Fetch is still something we haven't quite figured out with her. Yeah. Kuma knows how to bring you a toy, but if you ask him for something else, he just looks at you like, huh? Come on, Beans. Pick up here. There we go. She doesn't really do the picking stuff up and bringing it back. Ty won't do that. She played fetch with me until she saw me do it with her brother, and then she stopped. Like, are you serious? That's jealousy. Because all of these dogs like to play fetch. But Ty says, nope, I'm not doing it if they are. So it's leaning away from me. I'm having to readjust it. But the camera's still on the picture, so I'm going to leave the camera where it's at. She doesn't really even bring toys. Kuma, when Miss Feisty would get home from work, he would hear her car and he would scramble to go through his toys and decide which toy he was going to take to the door to greet her with. He loves that. She doesn't play fetch. She plays kindling, throw the stick, she chases the stick, she breaks the stick, she runs back. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. My dogs like to eat sticks. They might bring them back once or twice, but then they lay down with them the third time and start chewing on them. I've done balls, I've done sticks, I've done toys. And my two, they just don't play fetch. They know how. They've shown me they know how. They just don't have any desire to. So, okay. She runs to the stick and she runs back and expects you to throw another stick. That's good. Okay, I found this one. Throw me another one. She sounds like such an awesome dog. You're lucky to have such an awesome dog. Hawaii 5-0 theme. Who did this? The Ventures. Okay. I am sure I can see you do. The way you talk about her. That's awesome. That this is Johnny Cash. Yep, I'm recognizing the song. There he is. Been all the time. Well, because you're mine. I walk the line. I've always liked Johnny Cash music. Okay, got to pull them away from the edge because I can't get to them easy when they're on the edge, which means they're going to start popping on top of each other, but that's okay. Got it. Ha. All right, back at it. More beads going down. Is it? It's a really good one. It says a lot too. All right. I've got issues tonight with the way it's pulling up, and I can't fix it. So I'll just leave it, and I'll quit worrying about it. Quit worrying about it. I decide which direction to go with those. A couple of places I could have put them. A lot of places I could put them. There's two. Don't get it too close to the next one now. Gotta have room to put the other bead on. It's a quiet night tonight. Quiet nights are good. It's been kind of all day for you. Pretty chill day. That's a good day on your birthday. Chill. That for me, that would be a good day on my birthday. I like chill days. I'm pretty lucky lately. I've had a lot of chill days, and it works. I've been learning to let it go that I can't get everything done. I still look around and get frustrated, but I remind myself there's not the room in this house. I don't have the shelves I need. I don't have the cabinets I need. I could add cabinets, but that costs money. And I want to do that in my laundry room for some more storage, but we're not there yet. We'll get there. Hey, Mountain Girl, how are you doing tonight? 6 nights in a row. You're probably getting ready to go to work, aren't you? Doing okay? Well, I'm glad you're okay. You're still having issues with work? It helps that you're learning that not everything needs to get done all at once. Some things can wait until tomorrow. Yeah, Kimuru, that's another thing that I've been learning. It's still going to be there tomorrow. Why do you have to worry about it? Why do you have to be in such a hurry about it tonight? Kind of thing, yeah. Or today. Makes it easier for me to do the things that I can do and keep them done because I'm not so overwhelmed with everything else that I'm not getting done. I look at it and go, oh, well, it's like right now I have a stack of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boxes. You're at work already? Early. Oh, I guess not. 10:30? Okay. Took so long for you to accept that one. Miss Kinmaru, it took me longer. I'm 65 and I'm just now starting to get that figured out. My kids have yelled at me over this one for the last years because of my health. And I do keep pushing myself. I have been pushing myself, but this recent scare I had, it was a very eloquent reminder of how short time is in this world, and we need to appreciate. We need to take time to appreciate what we've got and not worry so much about what we think we need to do. I had some really, really interesting dreams while I was there that spoke to me, and that's helped me. So, Miss Kenmaru, you're learning that lesson before I did, and I'm glad for you. Well, it just left one behind. Fill it in. How is your night going, Mountain Girl? Right down the line. Look at this. I'm already through a tray, almost through with a tray. When I finished last night, Miss Kinmaru, I put all the beads left in my bin in my tray, and every single one of them went on to the picture by the time I was finished. I didn't have to put any extra beads out. I didn't have to put beads back. I just finished. It's like, oh, I like it when it works like that. I like that. Yeah, I like that it's coming together. Oops. See, I told you I still am hitting the camera, even though I put things up higher so that I wouldn't. I just got a fat head gets in the way. It did work out nicely. I was going to show you the top. Let me finish this right there. 'Cause I'm going to need new beads in a minute anyway. Because this is an easy thing to do. There we are. I think I'm going to like this one better than I did Ursula and Maleficent. They were both nice and they were both beautiful and I liked doing them. Some of them I just like better than others. Can't explain it. It just is what it is. Roll it up. Hold it tight. Thank you. It really is turning out very well. Thank you. I have that cold draft on my elbow again. So it goes on the sleeve. Three layers over it. It should be warm now. Oh, the back just popped like it needed to. That was nice. I have not heard back from Maverick since last night, Kimaru. I hope he's okay. 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 Oh my goodness. I think I don't have a mouth to talk with. Okay, beads. We need more beads. I do too, because that's scary. To be told you're having an MI and then have them say, oh no, that's not what it is. Your blood work doesn't show that. That's so frustrating. You know something's wrong. You're dealing with it in the way you can, but you're hearing mixed messages about what's wrong and what you need to do about it. So frustrating. But so yeah, I really hope that he was able to get to his doctor and get some answers. And then emergency rooms can be scary. I don't like emergency rooms, never have. Speaking of medical diagnostic mysteries, that's one you'd like to know what's going on. Yes, definitely. Your night is going okay? Sorry. Well, that's good, Miss Mountain Girl. It's customers keep your help. Customers are why you have a job. So that's good. I'm glad you're busy with customers, although I realize you have other things to do and it gets frustrating. I've been there too. I spent all night with a customer and I couldn't get this done. Customers are more important. But back to Maverick. Yeah, that's something that definitely needs to be resolved. There's got to be an answer. I called my kidney doctor again today to talk to his assistant, find out who the oncologist is that he wants me to go see about my blood so I can get that handled. 'Cause I haven't heard anything for a week, and I don't know. He didn't give me a name, so I can't just look somebody up and say doctor sent me. They can be an annoying combination of scary and yes, scary and boring. Between 10 and 12, you don't have much to do. 12 hits and then you don't stop until 5:30. Yeah, but at least tonight you've got some customers to keep you from being too bored. Do do do. Is this Kenny Loggins? There you go. I think I did this last time this song played. This is a song they played this song in Caddyshack. That was a hilarious movie with Bill Murray, one of the original not ready for primetime players out of SNL. There's a reason you work at night. You don't. I can relate to that. Definitely, I can relate to that. I have my issues with the population at large. I've been in some positions where I've met some wonderful people, but I have a problem with the population at large. I don't like crowds. I don't like shopping. I don't. Yeah, I would take my daughter to the mall and grit my teeth while she went running around and had fun until she was old enough to take herself. And then it's like, you can go. It's okay. I don't mind. That's why you tried to stay away from working retail. Yeah. Retirement is great. Absolutely. Nothing better. Because then you don't have to deal with those crowds if you don't want to, for the most part. I mean, if I'm going to have to go to the store, I like to go at a time where I know they're not going to be busy, like the grocery store, 9, 10 o'clock at night, or early in the morning before everybody's up and active. Yeah, I don't do crowds well. Being semi claustrophobic doesn't help with that either. So yes, I have really appreciated retirement, and that's one of the reasons why I don't have to deal with the hordes anymore. I did meet some wonderful people when I worked in the library in the school, but whenever there were assemblies and stuff at the school, it's like, oh God, okay, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Odd hours are good. Prime time, not my favorite. Mine either. I do everything I can to avoid prime time in the stores. So this is working. Oh my gosh, I have the whole piece of my in the frame. Nice. All right, onward we go. Fill this in so we can get the colors done and move on to the next one. I've already found two that I think I'm going to buy for when I'm done with these. The end is in sight. Yes, it is. I just put two diamond art paintings in my cart in Amazon. One of them is the tornado that Maverick was talking about that he got. Because when I looked at that, oh my God, it's gorgeous. So I told him I'm going to get one. I'm going to do one of those too. So that's one of them. Another one is a stained glass dragon that I think looks really cool. So I already have two more to think about when I'm finished with the two more I have left. And I start thinking about what am I going to do next when I start getting to where there's only one or two pictures left to be done, because I can go through them very quickly. Ah, 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 ah. Stop the bounce. Be more careful. There, I can grab hold of this little brace underneath and hold it steady. That works. Awesome. Then I don't have to lean forward. I love the dragons. You haven't seen a dragon one you didn't like? Yeah, me too. I think dragons are awesome. They're like a prehistorical beast. And I really do believe that there was something like dragons somewhere back in history because they're so prominent in some parts of the history. I don't know, it could have been other things, but I believe there used to be dragons on Earth. I like to believe that. And then, of course, Harry Potter helped me appreciate them even more. It was so cool to find Harry Potter on Peacock yesterday for Katai to watch. She really enjoyed that. It's hilarious to watch her just sit down and look up at the TV and be engrossed. Dinosaurs, yes, ma'am. The flying dinosaurs. I know that world history says that humans and dinosaurs were never on the earth at the same time. I just have to think that's not quite accurate. That's me. That's my thinking. I know it's not quite accurate because alligators have been around since dinosaur time. Whales and sharks, some of the sea creatures they've discovered have been around since dinosaur before dinosaur. So that bee just jumped right up onto my pen and I don't need it right now. And now it's stuck there. There we go. Just don't understand why I have that white line down the right side of my OBS overlay screen here. Just like I had it on the left side a few days back. And then I figured out it was something in the browser that I'd missed. So I got that fixed, but I don't have that going on tonight. So I don't know because I checked that. I don't know why it's doing that. I have no clue. That's a frustrating. I bet Miss Feisty and Raju are totally beat as busy as they've been this last week. They can catch up when they get here. They can have some good night's rest on their trip too, because they're going to go to hotels to sleep, which is good. When we moved from New Mexico up to here, we slept in the car. We'd go to like Walmart parking lots or places like that. It's scientifically inaccurate. Birds are dinosaurs. There you go. A lot of the bird ancestor dinosaurs are somewhat dragon-like. Exactly. That's how I feel about it too. It's 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 a scientifically inaccurate statement, and history is not um, uh, displaying is the word I'm getting to my head, and that's not the word I want to use. History is not promoting it properly, or what is the word I want there? History isn't right. History's lying to us again. There you go. How's that? So you so true, scientifically inaccurate. And that's been proven more than once. Come on now. There we go. So my kids are both my son's always been fascinated with dinosaurs. So that was something I always knew I could get him for gifts is statues and pictures and things like that. So I've got a couple dinosaur diamond paintings I've already done that I'm going to give to him to hang in his room. It's actually what evolutionary biologists have concluded. Birds are avian dinosaurs, meaning dinosaurs never actually completely died out. They just, some evolved into birds. Chickens, yes. Turkeys, I've always, yes, I believe it wholeheartedly. Because for me, a total annihilation of all life on the planet, it just makes me think then the planet would be like the moon or, one of the other planets in our skies, barren of life to our knowledge. I mean, it's possibility they're not. There could be life on there that we haven't discovered yet. And maybe it had life millions of years, billions of years back that evolved and changed and moved on or what have you. Maybe we're the aliens here on Earth from another planet. I mean, there's so many potential um, explanations for some stuff. I watch a show sometimes on Discovery that talks about um, the pyramids and how some of the hieroglyphs seen in some of the cave art found, the depictions are like spacemen in spacesuits. And some of the ways they describe it is like, big fire from the sky. Well, what's a spaceship do? It's fire that comes down from the sky because as it goes through our atmosphere, it burns up or it burns. It doesn't burn up, but I just, yeah. Watch any video of a chicken with a mouse and tell me that's not a dinosaur. Hello. I am with you in that, Miss Kinmaru. I firmly believe in that. There. Now when I pull it down and hold it tight, it's still in the picture. It's all in the picture. So cool. Or a chicken with a snake. I have never seen a chicken with a snake. Almost type snack, which is accurate for what a snake is to a chicken. I believe you. I've never actually seen a chicken with a snake, but it makes all kinds of sense because I know they are carnivorous. They're not vegetarians. Omnivore, that's the word, omnivore. They grab it by the head and whip it back and forth until it breaks its neck. Oh my goodness. That'd be quite interesting to see. All right, beads. You're gonna give me grief all night, aren't you? And I dropped one. Pretty sure I dropped one. It was there and now it's not. Oh, there it is. Went to the side of the pen. I didn't drop it. Definitely dinosaur-like. And I've always thought with their scaly legs, they're like dinosaurs. Birds too. I've always felt that way. And then as I was a young adult, they started coming out with um, dinosaurs probably weren't just like uh, uh, amphibians or like crocodiles or alligators or something. They probably, a lot of them were feathered and colorful, which, what's feathered and colorful? Birds. They just evolved. They evolved to fit the world that they were living in. They definitely do the most dinosaur feet. All right, you're gonna fight me? I'll just do it your way. How's that? There we go. I don't want that tiny one there. Get that off of there. There we go. In the bead jar it goes. It says, no, I'm gonna stick to the tweezers. No, you're not. Looks like I spilled a bunch of beads in my bin holder. There's a bunch of them in there. And it looks like they're 18, so I'll have to go clean those up later. Sliding away. You got a new nicotine vape today. Somehow you picked out the zodiac sign one, and somehow you got your own sign. It was just meant to be, Miss Mountain Girl. Sometimes those things happen for a reason. I tried to vape when I was trying to quit cigarettes. I couldn't do it. It hurt my throat, hurt my lungs. So I just, when I stopped the last time, the doctor gave me Cantix. Cantix. I don't know how to pronounce that word. They always say it different on TV too. Um, and it started making me seriously ill. I started getting, vomiting ill from it. So I went to my doctor and said, I think it's done its job. I don't know, but it's making me really sick. Well, I was also taking low dose naltrexone for my fibromyalgia, and that's what Cantix uses as their effective ingredient is naltrexone. So I was being overdosed. so they did immediately take me off of it. And then I took myself off of the low dose naltrexone after that because it wasn't working for me the way I had hoped. The only thing, oopsie, yeah, the only thing that's helped my fibromyalgia is magnesium. When I stay on my magnesium, I don't have the symptoms as frequently as I do otherwise. And for me, it just, when I would sit down, it would feel like somebody had turned a vibrator on inside my legs that I couldn't turn off. I think that's another reason I was always up and moving, because it just, at least I didn't have that vibrating feeling in my legs when I was up and moving. I do have other symptoms, but that was the worst one for me, the hardest one to control. Magnesium does it. I even told the doctor when he told me to stop taking magnesium, I said, "Oh, please don't do that to me. Please don't." And he looked at me with a question. I said, "I use that for my fibromyalgia. It's one of the only things that works for one of my symptoms. Please don't tell me I can't take that anymore." So we bargained. He told me if I cut it in half, he'd let me stay on it. Okay, I can cut that dose in half because at least I'm still getting it. You stopped cigarettes 10 years ago and now you started vaping about 7 months ago. Stupid of you to start again. I will have to agree with that statement. I stopped cigarettes for 10 years and then Miss Feisty's father died and I ended up in probate court for 2.5 years with his family. And during that period, I started smoking again. And I've kicked myself for that ever since because it's made it so much harder to stop again. And I had a couple of times. I stopped when I had hip surgery done. Twice. Finally, the third time I stopped for hip surgery, I have not started back. And that was 7 years ago. So, but when I was diagnosed with CKD, the urge to smoke got really strong again for a while. I've managed to tamp that down, keep it in its place, and I haven't. I have not. You have to make sure you eat fish regularly, and there's something in red meat that you don't do well without. I like some kinds of fish. I can't eat salmon. I had a bad experience with salmon as a kid, and now it just turns my stomach. And I've tried. I have tried to eat it because Miss Feisty loves it. Uh, I like white fish, orange roughy, cod, things like that. But I don't eat a lot of it. And now with CKD, this is a hard one because they say don't eat fish and seafood because of the phosphorus and the phosphates that are in them. But seafood is high in iron, and I'm very I'm iron anemic right now, and so they want me to increase the iron in my diet. So I'm looking at ways of doing that without that, which is why I went and looked up iron-rich foods the other day. You, you weren't that big on salmon until your husband found a Jewish recipe for it that you really liked. That's awesome. I've had salmon cooked in many different ways, and I can't, just can't, because every time I start to put a bite in my mouth, my brain goes back to the I was fed canned salmon that was bad and was told I had to eat it. And I did. And I got really sick off of it. I just can't go back there. Food aversion. Yeah, most definitely. And like I said, I tried for Miss Feisty's sake. I really tried because I know she really enjoys her salmon. It is. And when I finally told her that I just can't do it, I just can't, she got really upset with me because I had tried and I couldn't. So she thought I liked it. It's like, no, honey, I've been eating it because you like it. And I don't want to deny you food that you like that is good for you. So now she's like, are you saying you just like that because, or you like that because it's your Wednesday and you wish it was your Saturday? Yeah. I sometimes don't know what day it is until I look at a calendar. But now that my son's going to be working Monday through Thursday and potentially Friday with weekends off, I'll be back to that. Oh, okay, Friday. Friday's a day, isn't it? Saturday and Sunday, they're days too. Different from the usual. I mean, not different, but they are, but they're not. Weekends. Weekends were not as important to me when I retired because every day was a weekend. Well, how did I? Oh, I tell you, some days it doesn't pay. All right, three, because apparently one came off and I didn't see it. It landed right where it needed to be. Honestly, when I was working, especially the last few years I was working, I lived for the weekends, for my days off, because that meant I didn't have to deal with the supervisor that I didn't get along with that great. I mean, we were a good team in a lot of ways, but on a personal level, yeah, I wasn't fond of her and on a personal level. Any day you get to hang out with Farah, the turkeys, your husband, and all us guys, thank you. I feel the same. My days are good with the people I get to hang out with. I look forward to my streaming every day. Every day I look forward to the time when I can get on stream and talk to the people that come in and you guys mainly, and it's awesome. I love our conversations. Okay, put that there, put those there. Got it. Oh, and then I missed one. I should have put it up one. For shame on me. Bruce Springsteen. Yep, Glory Days. Is this the song he did that I'll have to listen? I don't know that it was Bruce Springsteen. There's a song, and they do a woo. during the song, and honestly, always sounded to me like somebody was getting goosed every time they sang the woo. You can't get over Ruben was only barking at you if you forgot to give her a hug. That's hilarious. I think that's hilarious. In a similar vein, if my son does not acknowledge Miss Katai, she gets really upset and will turn her back on us. I finally had to tell him one day, look, she might be my dog, but you're her person. And you've got to start giving her what she needs from you so that I can get what I need out of her. And he tells me, well, she won't listen to me. Well, that's a bunch of bunk because she'll do it for him when she won't do it for me. He says, come and sit. She comes and sits. I say, come and sit. And she says, oh, I'll be there in a minute, Mom. First, I need to check this out. And oh, I need to come over here and do this. And just like a child. But when my son gives her a command, she's all about it. He still doesn't see it all the time, but that's okay. Maverick, hello. How are you? I've been so worried about you since last night. I hope you got things figured out. What's up? Talk to me, my friend. Still in the hospital. I'm glad that they didn't send you home. Or did you just go to a different one with your doctor? Have they given you any answers to your questions? My thoughts exactly, Miss Kinmaru. My thoughts exactly. You refuse to go home without going to observation and having more tests. Good. Sometimes you got to tell them how to do their job. Have you spoken with your own doctor about anything yet? Unfortunately, with our health, that happens a lot. It's like with my recent scare, I still have a whole lot of questions and not many answers. We're still kind of in the discovery stage on what's going on with my body. How are you feeling? Are you still having symptoms or have they abated? Oh, come on. Still having symptoms, then you need to stay where you're at until they get something figured out. Because at least You're where you can be taken care of if something goes haywire. When you're home, not the same story. You can't get the help as quick. That's another good reason for you to still be where you're at. More beads. Oh, I didn't even refill the bin after I emptied it. Nope, that's 10. Yep, I definitely have number 18 on the down in there. And 18 is N. I only have a few more N's anyway. Good. Where are they number 1? I'll have to look at that. Okay. Fill the tray. You're starting to question EMS. They also messed up your IV. It wasn't placed right and was in a muscle and not a vein. They usually catch that right away. That's not good. While I was in the hospital, the IV specialist came in and told me they had put mine in my right arm on this vein right here. So, every time I bent my arm, I was bending the IV, and I'm right-handed. So he came in and he checked it, and he said, number one, my vein was starting to get rocky and hard, which means that it was time to move it. And second, it kept setting off the IV alarm because I would bend my arm. So the coolest thing, I've never seen this, and from now on, I'm going to insist on it. He brought an ultrasound machine in with him, and he showed me how he can see the veins and the arteries with his ultrasound machine. And then he used that to put the IV in my arm in a place where it did not bother me at all for the rest of the time I was there. And that was awesome. And then I got told that I can request that if I'm ever in the hospital again, I can request to have an IV specialist place my IV. So if I ever have to have another IV, that's the direction I'm going to go. A specialist that has an ultrasound machine to find the veins and get it inserted properly. It took hours and you being admitted to observation for them to figure it out. Had to have a CT. The contrast didn't flow, so the CT tech CT'd your arm to see where it was. Huh. Imagine that. I would be starting to think that there are some incompetent people in that hospital and that EMS service. You had a while where they had to use an ultrasound to put an IV in your vein because it was hanging out right next to the bone. Wasn't as bad. Most recent time they took blood. I have good veins. I mean, look at my hands. You can see them. They just pop right out. I have one just all up and ready for them to do blood draws from without even getting the clamp put on around my arm. So when they can't get a vein on me, it gets very frustrating. But granted, when I was in the hospital and they were flushing my body and pushing all those fluids with the IV, my body swelled up and so my veins were disappearing. It was hard to find them. But all my life, I've had good veins for phlebotomists and anesthesiologists to use. I've had enough IVs done that some of them now have valves that they can't put another IV in there anymore, but there's still other options. I just always hope I don't have to go need one again. I hate IVs. They hurt the whole time they're in my arm. That's annoying. The vein finder is so cool. They have to use that on your wife, so you know what I'm talking about. You used to, then they decided to start hiding. You think you gave blood so many times they got tired of it could be. That could very well be. Um, I thought as I got older mine would start to disappear, but they have not. They they're just standing out nice and proud most of the time. But when I swelled up, then yeah, you couldn't see them very well. But I had never seen that Maverick. That was a first for me, and it was just so cool. I mean, it didn't hurt. Of course, I felt it. wasn't It wasn't the same. It was better. And he put it in an odd place. He put it under my, my upper left arm, the side that between my rib cage and where my arm sits on my rib cage. That's about where he put it, and it did not bother me there. I still felt it. I still knew it was there, but it did not hurt like the other ones have. I do know that I've had trouble with veins in one of my surgeries because I went to sleep with the IV in one place and I woke up with like 7 bruises on my arms in the IV in a completely different place. And I always bruise wherever they put an IV. I always bruise. Could be scar tissue as well, Keen Maru. That's true. Scar tissue can make it hard for them to find the vein. And if you've been stuck enough times, you build scar tissue. But if you're in an ambulance, you can't really ask for an IV specialist with their ultrasound machine. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Come on. There we go. Come on, come on. Turn them over. Line them up. Are they taking good care of you, though, Maverick? Other than not being able to answer your questions? I think one reason ER is so quick to send people home is because of insurance companies and how horrible they've gotten about paying doctors and hospitals. And it really is frustrating because those companies make billions every year, and their purpose is to help the people that have the insurance, and they don't. They just say, "Oh no, that you can't do that." Well, how do you know? You're not a doctor. You don't know what I need, what I don't need. You're not privy to my situation like my doctor is. You can't make those choices and decisions like that. I just That's a frustrating thing for me with the insurance companies. Most recent one wasn't so bad, so you're hoping losing weight helped maybe. Might have decent care, good. If you still got symptoms, they definitely fuss at them about getting answers. You have state insurance, 100% coverage. That's awesome. I'm on Medicare, and I know I spent 3 days in the hospital, so now I'm just really kind of worried about the bill that I might be seeing in the next few weeks. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. They've got some definite rules about what they will and won't pay and how they're going to pay it. And I was in acute care because I was in a pretty bad place when I first got there. Okay. Oh, you just almost called a guy ma'am? I've done that. And I've called women sir by mistake. I'm glad the ones I've done that to have good senses of humor and were able to laugh about it because I always felt pretty bad when I did that. It's true. It's tough to tell sometimes. And there are those who prefer to be sexless. They don't identify as male or female. So androgynous, I think, is the word. It does make it tough. Also, those who may not present the same as what they identify as, true. That's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. Good point. Yeah, in this day and age, it's not always easy anymore. My grandfather gave me away the first time I was married, and my grandfather was a retired military man, and he didn't feel that men should have hair any longer than the bottom of their ears. My first husband had long hair, and when we walked into that walk when we hit that aisle to walk down, he about turned around and walked off, and I grabbed his arm and I said, "Please don't." So he sucked it up, and he didn't. He did it for me, and I sincerely appreciated him doing that for me because that was totally against his beliefs. But he got used to it. I let my son's hair grow long. My son had hair longer than me sometimes, and now he keeps it shaved off. Go figure. The first time I gave that kid a hair, I had that kid get a haircut, he cried through the whole thing. But he had such beautiful hair. I just didn't want to chop it all off. Granted, it made him look like a girl. He was a pretty little boy, but even without long hair, he still sometimes got confused as a girl. He's just got very delicate features. Come on, Peace. You don't belong in there. I want you off of there. Come out here where I can get you picked up. Come here. My tweezers don't want to tweeze this piece out of here. Got it. Into the bead jar it goes. You agree with this guy, you can tell. It seems like he comes in only when you work. Well, you've got another admirer, Mountain Girl. There were a few times this summer Kimaru thought about shaving your head. Oh, when it was stupid hot out? Yeah, I can get that. You can care less what someone does as long as it's not hurtful to children, women, and elderly. Good point. Just don't force me to cater to you for it. You do you, let me be me. And that's the way the world should be. Respect for each other. That's what that's called. Respect for each other. You do you, let me be me, and everybody's going to get along fine. I want a smoke. Oh, and here I go again, forgetting to. Where is my mouse? I don't know where my mouse ended up. There it is. I'm going to smoke. And, oops, gonna give you a hug, Maverick. You need one. You're dealing with a lot right now. And hugs are healthy. Hugs, it, hugs promote good health. So, there's your hug. You bet. I know how that feels. I know sometimes when I was in the hospital, when I was having surgeries and stuff. Oh, thank you, Maverick. Uh, I would just want a hug. I just would want a hug, and I didn't have anybody to hug me. It was hard sometimes. So, you've got us. We are here for you, sir. Uh, 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 come on. Bede's not cooperating tonight. They don't want to turn over. They don't want to stay in their lines. So I have to keep playing with them. I got enough I can use. Your sister owes you money and you don't know she's going to give it to you. I would not hold my breath if I were you. I mean, I know you guys are having issues, and that is part of why I say that, but a lot of times family thinks it's their right. I do know whenever I borrowed from one of my siblings, I always tried to pay it back. A lot of times they wouldn't take it back. That was their choice. Your knee jerk reaction is that you should tell your boss on her. You bet. I'm with you on that. I mean, she didn't hesitate to go to your boss the other day, talk to him about you, and that's just not acceptable. And not being responsible to pay a person back, that's not good in the work industry. Rickrolled by Mama Feisty? I don't understand the statement. You have to explain that one to me, Maverick. I'm sorry. Ghost is here. Hey, Ghost, how are you doing? Nice to have you in chat. And you should take a hit because I was just sparking up with chat. I just did mine. You also feel you should add that may not be the most helpful advice as it could. Yeah, it could. I agree with you. It would just tit for tat, and that doesn't help the situation at all. But yeah, knee jerk reaction is, yeah, go tell your boss. She owes me. I want part of her check. But no, I wouldn't do that. It is not a wise thing to do. You're doing good. Was sparking not too long ago. Good for you. I'm glad. How's work been going, Ghost? You're a bit out of it. Just look up Rick Rolled. Okay, I can do that. I'll have to do that later, but I'll do that. That sounds interesting. I gotta admit that. Rick Rolled. Oh, Kinmaru, I heard from Creek and Wolf that we were talking to the other night, and he made it to where he was going safely. I got a message from him. So, had a long night at work, but you managed to get your work done and somebody else's. Good for you. Isn't it frustrating when you have to do somebody else's job for them? Sometimes it's okay if they're sick and not there, but sometimes if it's just because they're just not doing it, it's frustrating. And I didn't mean to hit the camera and send you all bouncing. I apologize. Look at all the background I'm getting done tonight. It's just moving along. I love it. And that's even taking time to just talk a couple of times. You sure there's probably some history into where it came from and how it started, but you never learned that part. Rick rolling is a phenomenon where one tricks someone else into opening a link to the Rick Astley song Never Gonna Give You Up. Very interesting. You sure there's probably some history where it came from and how it started, but never learned that part. I've just never heard that. I've never heard that phrase before. So that was a new one on me. At my age, you'd think I'd heard it all. Oh, ads. Heart. Crazy on you. about it, I wanna cry. I am going to this down a little. Boo! 8 of them. Aw. I'm sorry, but it helps me do what I do. At least they're only once an hour. And I also set it up so that they don't start until 5 minutes after I've started. So you're not hit with an ad as soon as you come into my stream. You're not supposed to be hit with an ad as soon as you come into my stream. Sometimes I think people are, though. Because I know when I'm visiting streams and I go into somebody's stream and I immediately get hit by ads, I can't even say hello, how are you, because I'm not going to hear their answer. That's frustrating. So I get it. I do get it. But the ads give me some little bit of money, a few cents here and there. Adds up. You redeemed smoke? Good. We need to smoke. It does feel intentional on Twitch's part, and it can be frustrating. But I don't say anything because I know the streamers are just like me. They're all just trying to make it work somehow. And the ads are a part of that. But every time an ad comes on, it's like, I quit watching network TV for this reason. Ads, not my favorite. So that's kind of a catch 22. I understand how annoying they are and how frustrating it can be. But I also now see the other side where it's like a sponsorship. You get paid when the ads are there. You're right, not complete control. They are giving us some control, but if you don't run the ads, there's no money flowing in. So they make it where you have to. There's a TV in the room here. Have I never turned mine on while I was in the hospital? I slept the whole time. And that's the first time I've been in the hospital and I haven't had the TV on. But then I had my son bring me my Kindle, so I was able to watch Twitch and my Twitch friends. And I have games on my Kindle that I play. You have checkups and tests every 4 hours. I wasn't doing checkups and tests every 4 hours, but every 2 hours they were coming in for my vitals. Now, hold on to it. Let me put it in. There. Now I'll put some more glue in you. Not much sleep. No, not when they keep coming in and waking you up like that. That's always been a conundrum. You go to the hospital, you're sick, you need the rest, but you're not getting it because they keep coming in and running tests and taking your blood pressure and your temperature and taking your blood. And there's one time I was in the hospital and they were taking my blood 2 and 3 times a day, and I told them I was going to die of blood loss before I got out of there. That's when I was a teenager. But every time they all left my room, I within 30 minutes I would be asleep or less. If I woke up for longer than that, I was kind of surprised because I was pretty wiped out. So you playing games tonight, Ghost? Or are you just getting settled at home from a long night at work? You have to do breathing treatments or you're a little wired after they leave? Yeah, breathing treatments will do that. I was surprised they weren't making me do breathing treatments this time. Every other time I've been in the hospital, I've had the respiratory therapists in to make sure that I know how to breathe right and deep enough and all that stuff. When one of the nurses was listening to my lungs at one point, she said, "You're really good at that deep breathing stuff." And I laughed. And my first comment was, "Well, I've smoked marijuana a lot, so I, have good lung power." And she came back in and I said, "But to be fair, I've I've had respiratory therapy almost every time I've been in the hospital, so I've learned. I've learned how to breathe and breathe deep and breathe well. I played a clarinet. I had to be able to breathe deep to play a clarinet. So all my life." Saturday, 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 Saturday night's all right. So I was telling Miss Feisty today when I saw her in our friend's stream that I just wish there was some way I could help her and Raju get through this process and get here quicker. I just wish I could help. There's not much I can do from here. So I told her, "I'll be your cheerleader. You got this. You can do this." And it's true. I have complete faith in her. She's got this. She's done enough of it with me. Actually, my son's done more moving with me than my daughter has. I moved a whole lot more often when he was younger than I did with Miss Feisty when she was growing up. That can backfire. You do what they are looking for and not your ability at that time, so can get misdiagnosed. Yeah, good point. Don't you hate it when you have to go to the bathroom and someone yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Been there a few times. I was always thankful for my grandfather in those situations because I learned from a very young age. I was 3 when I started traveling cross country with my grandfather from Colorado to the East Coast to visit family. And along the way, there's family scattered throughout the states, and we would stop for the night at families, at relatives. But my grandfather had hard, fast rule when traveling. The only time you go potty is when he stopped at a gas station, and if you don't get out and go to the bathroom when he stopped at a gas station, you're going to hold it till the next one. And he drove a very uh, gas efficient vehicle. So I learned young how to how to hold on to that. That was your dad? Yeah. It can make it tough if you don't know ahead of time that's what you're dealing with. Ms. Feisty and I took a friend, we were already traveling to Texas to see friends. And she had a friend who wanted to go to an area that we were passing through. And I said, sure, not a problem. And so I stopped for gas and I told the girls, take care of business. If you need something from the store, let me know. And filled up the tank, took care of business myself. I hadn't been on the road for 2 miles when her friend said, I have to go pee. And I just about blew a gasket. So I real quick took a breath and then counted to about 20 and then turned around and said, I was just stopped and told you to take care of that. Why didn't you do that when I was stopped and you had the time and the ability? I said, now I'm going to have to make an extra stop for you. I said, I don't appreciate that at all. And she just kind of curled up into a little ball in the back seat and said, it's okay, I can wait. So I did. I stopped. The next area I found that had facilities, but you used to do some long road trips too. We do 10, 12, 14-hour road trips in one day. I prefer to do it in one day. I don't like to drive and then twiddle my thumbs for the next few hours uh or sleep. I just like to get it done. So I guess I got that from my granddad. And I didn't realize how much I got that from my granddad until until that happened. And I looked over at my daughter and she goes, I warned her, Mom. I didn't say anything. I just looked at her and I went, it's okay. We'll stop. Gritting my teeth. But I tell you, when I stopped for gas the next time, that girl got out and took care of business. There was one time when you even did an 18-hour road trip in one day. Oh, your mom and you were so done with sitting in the car. He didn't ever want to do one that long again after that. That's good. That is long. My daughter and I did a 16-hour. Um, we were on our way to Houston. It was the summer she had graduated high school. I had also graduated college that same spring, and I had an annuity that had paid out to me, and so I had for to reward her for doing so well in school. I bought her a cruise and took myself with her. So we were on our way to the Houston area to stay with friends because they were going to take us to the port where we were catching the cruise ship from. And 16 hours, but we traded off. She drove some, I drove some, back and forth. We'd stop and stretch our legs every time we needed gas. And that's part of what made it so long because we would take time when we stopped. But yeah, it was a long trip that we did all in one. You were on your way to a funeral, family down in Southern California. Yeah, that's the kind of thing where you can't really take your time because it's time sensitive and it's you can't plan it because it's unexpected. I am just rolling right along here, having all kinds of fun. So it's 18 hours on the road. That's rough. Long trip. And it's funny, I go on these trips and I see all these real neat roadside places to stop, and usually spend money, so I don't stop. But sometimes it'd be neat to stop in like antique stores and stuff along the way, in small towns, and talk to people. But I never have done that. I've never been that kind of a traveler. Okay, Maverick, do your best to get some rest before they come in the next time and want to wake you up and poke and prod. There we go. We're tucking you into bed. Get some rest. A good night hug. Take care of yourself. Stay in touch, bud. And good luck on your rest. Now you got to start working. Yeah, that time always comes. But I'm sure by now you have a system. You've got it down in a way that works for you. Sometimes I look at this and go, wow, I got that much done already? Feels good, man. I know what I should do for chat. I should put in the commands for gambling. Some people like to do that. It's a way to pass time. I'll have to look into that when Miss Feisty gets here too. Yeah, I kind of am, huh? But it feels good. I like it when it's smooth sailing like this. Well, four, but they're a little bit off centered. Yeah, made it hard to put them down, but that's okay. They're fixable. And there we go. Four beads right where they belong. Just heard one of the cats jump onto the floor upstairs. How funny. The way the sunlight plays upon her hair. I like this song. Can't remember all the words anymore. Once again, I used to always sing along with this song. Excitation. Every time. That's a good thing, Miss Kinmaru. It shows that I'm not just dawdling and wasting time. Sometimes I look up and go, oh, I've been pretty productive. Feels good. I'm only on my second tray of beads tonight. I mean, of course, I'm filling it full because I know there's a lot of this color that goes down. Honestly, once you get the background down like this, the rest of it just is like piece of cake, man. Goes smooth as silk. Once you get the background down, there's not even there. No, there's not down here. That's why the bottom third always seems to go so much faster than the top because there's just not that much color on the bottom of these particular paintings. I have had paintings where it's different though, where there's as much color as there is background. Well, just managed to pop my beads. Only one of them turned over. Very nice. I had another one. There it is. It just turned. How fun. I like it when the beads cooperate. Queen of Hearts. Yeah, there was a lot on the bottom of that one, actually. The bottom was busier than the top, as a matter of fact. Good point. She was fun to do. I believe in get me through the night. I believe in make the morning light. I went there to see you forget today's pain of a dream weaver. I believe you took me through the night. Dream weaver. I believe you can reach the morning light. Beats, more beats. Come soon. Still make these time. The dark side, the bright side of the moon. We on the other side. I believe you can get me through the night. Believe the morning light. That was always such a pretty song. It's really interesting to listen to these songs again and pay attention to the music and realize how the synthesizers were starting to be used in the 70s and up into the 80s. It was the beginning of synthesizer music. It's noticeable, but it works. Come on. Oh, well, that just flipped itself all the way down to the other side of the tray. This sounds like a song that he did for a movie he did that was based in Hawaii. Not a fan of the auto tune stuff that's popular these days. Yeah, there's stuff that I'm not a fan of either, but I do know the Moog synthesizer became a thing in the late 70s, mid to late 70s, and it has be electronics has become more and more a part of music. I am appreciative of the artists that still use basic instruments for the sound because electronic music isn't the same. It's just not. But when they use auto tune on voices, hmm, I didn't know that. I'll have to listen closer. All right. And I keep forgetting to cut parchment paper to put in place of the cellophane, and I decided today, well, shoot, I'm at the end of the project. Why worry about it now? Next one. We'll see if I remember it next one. On the sidewalk, 'cause next door. the doorstep. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. Blowing with the jasmine in my mind. Okay, voice not working. Your husband notices it in particular because he has synesthesia. Synesthesia? Is that an ear thing? Hi, Katai. What's up, my girl? Are you okay? You need to come over here? Come here. Come lay with Mom. Come here, Katai. Come over here. You can't come this direction. Come sit over here with Mom. No, you're just going to sit there and fall asleep. Okay. The disconnect in the way his brain processes sound that causes him to feel sounds as a physical sensation. Wow. Interesting. So he can really tell the difference, I bet, as you just said. That just makes all kinds of sense. Bob Seger. Hee hee. I like that this is moving along so smoothly. Smooth as silk. Jeez, I hate when I know that I picked up one because I saw one and then I look back over and I can't find one. Where'd it go? Where was I looking? Okay, those didn't pick up real easily, but I got them. I made it work. Yes. Well, that's about off. There we go. Put them up there where they belong. There you go. That looks much better. You bet I did. I'm boss around here. I let my kids think they are sometimes, but I'm boss. The dogs get that. Most of them, most of the time. Days are longer, the nights are stronger. Shine. Gonna go. I know. Go ahead. Days are so daylight. Oh, despair. Navigator, you should go to bed or you're going to sleep through your alarm and Mama Ruben will be waiting on you in the morning. I understand completely. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did. I sincerely appreciate you, Miss Kenmaru. Good night, Kenmaru. Get some good rest. Have a good day tomorrow. Happy birthday. Once again, I know it's past your birthday now, but so far so good. I am. Thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet. You betcha. It is getting close to feeding time for the cats, and my dogs are getting restless, so I think I'm gonna take a break. Gonna take the dogs and let them go potty again and put them to bed. Go up and feed the cats, and then I'll be back to work some more on my wicked queen here. So it's a good time for everyone else that's out there to take a break, use the facilities, get a snack, get yourself something to drink, stretch, make sure you stretch, and I will be back as soon as I can. So listen to the music and enjoy it. There it is. Come back over here. There we go. Okay. Hey, little Mama Mia. Good time to come in for a lurk, my dear. Thank you. I'm getting ready to take my dogs outside one last time, put them to bed, and go feed the cats before they start raising a ruckus. Nice of you to come in, my dear. I'll be back. I don't know how long it'll take me, 15, maybe 20 minutes, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Enjoy the music. Now, what did it do? There we go. That's where it's supposed to be. Go outside, guys. Outside, potty. Come on, go outside, potty. Where you go this way? Come on. Should I go to your room while I let the little out? Come here. Hi. Come here. Come here. Hey. He's the one I bring up. What are you doing, Hank? Here, Hank. Hank, come here. You do not belong in there. Yes, ma'am. You can stay out. Hank, come here. No, you are not. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You did not. That. You're thinking about it, weren't you? I can tell. You're welcome. You're welcome. What did you eat? What are you eating? Yeah, you got into my nuts, didn't you? Go on. I hope they stick in your teeth all night long. That was the bad girl. Lay down, Tank. That's okay if you want to go there. Okay, I'm coming back. Yeah. Lay down, Tank. Katai, get in here. So while I was gone, my girl decided to get into my nuts that I've had over here to snack on. I can tell because she's still trying to get them out of her teeth. Give me a minute. I'm trying to set my table back up so it stays where I want it. It doesn't slide off. And put my project back on it so we can just get working on it here. Project, table. And we're back. Hello. What is it? Nah, I'm working on this part down here, so we'll just leave it right there. That's good. So, get the bead tray back over here. Back off, ma'am. You got into my nuts. No, you can't have any. Thank you all for sticking around. I'm back. Let's get this project rolling again. Making progress. Look at this. I have so much background done tonight. We just turned on to this last third here tonight. I finished the top third, last 2/3 last night. So this is awesome. I might be on to another project in another couple of days. I've got 2 more of these to do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I hope my daughter is getting a good night's rest. She's in the process of getting ready to leave tomorrow to start driving back with her significant other, their dog and their cat, and all the things they can fit into their 2 vehicles from Wisconsin to Oregon. So they have a walkthrough in the apartment they're leaving tomorrow morning. She's been working her little tail off all week to be ready for this. I hope everybody's having a good night. I got people lurking, and that's cool. I'm here if you want to come talk. In the meantime, I'll listen to my music and I'll talk about whatever hits my mind. And I got lots I can talk about. Okay, trying to make sure the table is stable. It's as stable as it's going to get right now. There we go. That worked. Okay, stable table, project working. You would be more talkative. Oh, I understand, Mountain Girl. That's fine. I just keep talking in case anybody's out there to listen. And usually there is. So I came back downstairs and my dog's licking her chops and trying to swallow. I think she got into my nuts. I have almonds over here. I was telling her, I hope they get stuck in your teeth all night. She's not supposed to be eating food off my table, and she knows it. But like a kid, she does what she's not supposed to do quite often. Oh, come on. Slipping, slipping into the future. No shoes on the feet. Half the people living in the street. Oh, there's a solution. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly until the revolution. Slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. The Steve Miller Band, that's right. I knew that. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Flying till the revolution. Do, 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 do. Keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. And slipping into the future. Take a chance. Don't ask me why. Take a chance. Don't ask me why. Well, that is not even a bead. So it goes in the bead jar. How in the world? Of desire, just don't ask me why. So of course the beads are going to start fighting me now. I will win battles like that. I always do. Take two chances. Don't ask me why. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Out riding fences so long now. Hard one that are pleasing you, hurt you somehow. More beads. Just picture when she's able. It's your best friend. Best bet. That's right. Things have been laid upon your table. The ones you can't have it. Desperado. Hunger driving you wild. Why you so alone? Wintertime, don't shine, sun will shine. The time for the day. Eyes of love, without feeling goes away. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? And from your faces, open here, open the rainbow above. Let somebody love you. Let somebody love you. Better let somebody love you. For it's too late. Straightening the beads out so that they're ready for me to just put them back down on the project. It is a process. It does take me a few minutes, but it's worth it because it goes smoother and it soothes that OCD nerve that I've got that shows itself now and then. Ma'am, do I need to put you to your room? You need to lay down and settle down, or I'm going to put you back in your room. It's bedtime. Yes, I love you too, sweet pea. But you need to lay down and go to sleep. You need to lay down and rest, or I will get up and put you back in there. I'm giving you some extra time out tonight, so you can't be wandering the house and getting into trouble, because then I won't do it again. Yes, you're tired, I know. But you don't like your bedroom right now because you're crazy because it's not got your bed in it. I got to do some work on it. I do. I've got to do some work on it. Make it not so fluffy. I made it too fluffy. Makes it hard for you to get in there with it. That fluffy. So I take some out and I'll give some of that fluffy to your brother's bed that's sadly lacking. Good girl. That's my good girl. Yes, it is. Watch your show. That's a girl. Okay. Bead tray ready. Nice, neat little rows. So let's start putting them on the project. I will finish this tonight. The background, not the whole thing. I won't get the whole thing done tonight. It's going to take too many hours. But I will finish the background tonight. Excuse me. Look at that. We're getting down closer and closer to the bottom where I can take off the cellophane. That's what I'm aiming at here. Take the cellophane off so I don't have it rattling, because once again, I didn't do the parchment paper today. I thought about it just before I got started, and I thought, nah, I will try to remember for my next project. So are you still out there, Mama Mia? How's your head doing, my dear? I know you had a headache earlier today. I hope it's feeling better. Go. Put them all in the right place. Move them up where they belong. Well, leave a bead behind and you don't get the bead on there. We never pass this way again. Never pass this way again. A raid! Pippi Longdroppin', hello. Well, thank you for the raid, sir. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. We are working on the Wicked Queen from the Snow White cartoon. I'm on the bottom third of it. You came to see the progress. I can show you what I finished last night. Give me a minute. It's easier to see with the light off. So I got all of this up here finished already. And I started down here filling in the background again, which is always my first step, because the background, getting the background filled gives me a place to lay my hand as I put beads on. So we are making very good progress. It's moving along quite smoothly. I'm very pleased. So we're moving on and getting it finished down here. I'm going to get the rest of the, I'm going to get the rest of the, thank you. I love it. It's turning out much prettier than I was hoping. And it's working quite well. It's going very smoothly. So I'm very happy. So I've done all of this black that you see from this line down. I've done all of this tonight. It's moving so fast. When I first started streaming and started doing these, it was taking me longer. Well, come to find out, I was kind of ill. I found out. Now we're getting me better. And that bead dropped off. That's why it wasn't there. My favorite, thank you. I'll just lay it down where it belongs. There we go. It's going to be so awesome when I'm all finished. And then I have this decoupage like liquid that not really, it's heavier than just liquid. It's like a glue. And I'll pour that across the top of the beads and it will seal all the beads together so they'll never come off. And then somebody gifted me some frames that are made for this. They're soft plastic, but they're magnetized all around the edges. And so it looks really nice when I put the sealant on them and I mounted them in that little frame. It makes it look really nice. I like that. I got a whole bunch more to do to seal and put away. This is number 17 for me. The 17th diamond art picture that I've done since I started. I started about 5 years ago. I didn't do them very often for the first couple of years. And then I had to stop working and had time on my hands and started doing these. And it's like the best therapy I could have had. So we're just rocking with the music. Occasionally I'll try to sing, so I apologize if I hurt your ears. I do love to sing, but I'm not professional by any stretch of the word. And these are the songs that I grew up with that I play, so I really enjoy this. Music I love, people that are awesome, and art that's fun. This is the music you grew up with as well? It's good music, I'm telling you. How old are you, Pippi? Your mom was a big Def Leppard fan? 30? Okay. You're my daughter's age. Well, she's a couple years older than 30, but yeah, she's in her early 30s. Well, good for your mom teaching you good music. I'm 65. I grew up in the 60s and 70s. And so this is the music that I grew up listening to, and it's my happy place. When your dad was around, it was a lot of Queen. I like Queen too. Yeah, I have Queen in here. We've played a few of their songs in the list. Some of these are obscure, but some of what I heard when I was growing up were one-hit wonders, and it's still good music. So an upside down bead, turn it right side up, drop the bead, pick it back up. Oh, I've got two down here. Well, how about that? That was one. Okay. All right. This is where they belong, not on my lap. Of course, Bohemian Rhapsody, I think, is the most well-known Queen song. But they had a lot of good songs. They're a pretty good group. Pink Floyd's my favorite. I absolutely adore Pink Floyd. I even got to see them in concert back in the 80s. No, that was, yeah, it was late 80s. We went and saw their Momentary Lapse of Reason concert in an outside venue. It was awesome. Played all their old songs, some of their new songs. I loved it. There's a lot of good music that came out of the 60s and 70s into the 80s. 80s, you start getting into disco music, and that was fun too, but it wasn't the same as the rock and roll. You watched the movie they made too, Pink Floyd? I haven't seen that one. I saw one that was done by Led Zeppelin. Song remains the same. That was pretty neat. My sister and her husband took me. That was a fun night out. And of course, this is one of the songs from the movie Grease with Olivia. Now I can't remember her name. Olivia Newton-John? I don't remember. And John Travolta. What was her name? Yeah, Olivia Newton-John. I read recently that she disappeared and nobody knows what's happened to her. There's even some really old songs on here. I have Johnny Cash in here. I have Elvis Presley in here. Love this music. Oh, I love musicals. I've seen many musicals. I watched many musicals. Sound of Music has always been one of my favorites. I love the music in that show. Okay, drink of water. Let's hydrate. Have you stayed hydrated today, Pippi? That's important. When you were a kid, the musical Cats was played daily. I've never seen that one, but I've heard it's a good one. Lots of water. Good for you. Good for you. And you stretch a lot so you don't get blood clots. Keep the blood flowing, not sitting. I move a lot when I sit. I move my legs, I move my feet, I shift my position. Plus the water. It was your favorite? I'll have to see if I can find it played somewhere so I can watch it. I know Rent was also popular, and they made that into a movie that I watched with my daughter. You worked today, so you got your movement in for the time. Good. It's important. It it some people don't realize that when you sit for long periods of time, your blood doesn't circulate like it should, and that's how it can clot and cause more issues. That's something I had to learn early because of the hip surgeries I had when I was a kid. It had me basically immobile, but once again, I don't sit still. I move a lot. Look at this, just flowing right along until I say something and then the beads go, what? Smooth? No, we don't do smooth. So, you have a list of musicals? Very cool. I have seen Oklahoma. I have seen Showboat. I have seen Sound of Music on TV, of course. Rent on TV. Oklahoma and Showboat, my mom took me to dinner theaters and I saw those performed that way when I was growing up. She also took me to symphonies. I was her one child that appreciated that kind of thing. So I got to go. It was always fun. It's one of the few things that she did just for me. So what kind of musicals? Cats, you talked about that. Wake up. See, this is an oldie. The Everly Brothers, yes, they're popular in the 50s and 60s. You're a little too high and tired to list properly. Okay, that's okay. I get it. But I agree with you. Musicals are fun. There's a lot of good music that have come out of musicals. Speaking of high, we should have a smoke. There you go. Thank you. I'm going to give you a shout out. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Much appreciated. I forget about these things sometimes. Ooh, you were playing Call of Duty today, huh? Good for you. The shoot 'em up movie. I'm game, not movie. Have movie on the brain now. The Beach Boys, Surfing USA. Gotta love 'em. Almost finished with this tray, so I'll have to put some more beads in a minute. But that's okay. That just means it's going along smooth. Noah, thank, nice to see you. How'd your games go tonight? Stretch. Okay, yes, sir. And hydrate, yes, sir. And then we'll smoke. Hear the water drinking. Excuse me. Have you had many people? Okay, stretch. Oh, that does feel good. Oh, thank you for the stretch. That was awesome. I should stream Sunday and Monday. You'll be more talkative then. Well, I plan on streaming Monday, but I'm going to take Sunday off. Are those your days off? And actually, now that I say I'll stream Monday, this Monday I might not. That might be the day my daughter comes home. And I moved my tray. And I might not stream the night she gets here. Oh, dropping beads already. Shaking them down so they land flat. There we go. Most of them. The rest I can do by hand when I get there. So we're going to finish the background before I quit tonight. I've decided I'm just going to keep going until I finish the background, which, as you can see, don't have much left. I'm already on the bottom third of this whole project. Won't take me long to tomorrow night, probably once I get the background done to do the colors. So that means I have done this painting all in 1 week if I get it finished tomorrow night. Turn, bead, turn. Don't just move around. Thank you. Bee Gees, they were the disco era, 1980s. It's the kind of music that makes me think of roller skating rinks because they always played this kind of music at roller skating rinks. Or quite often played this kind of music. So I'm sure when my daughter gets here Monday, they're going to be tired and they're not going to want to do a lot. But I'm going to kind of leave Monday open, I think, just so that I'm here for them instead of busy doing this, which I love doing this. And they are great supporters of mine. But I am very excited that they're moving back. And I'm really looking forward to when they get here. We get them set up upstairs. Your granddad's favorite band, Bee Gees. They're a good band. They were very, very popular. And some of them had some very good solo careers at the same time. It's a group of brothers. I always thought that was interesting that they were siblings. Of course, it wasn't the first time. There was the Jackson Five, there was the Osmond brothers, and those are both family groups of kids. Started as kids. Oh, and the TV decided to stop. Okay. Yes, we're still here. Keep playing. The Drifters. Yes. More good music. Oh, ads coming in about 30 seconds, guys. Come on. Beads, turn over. So you can watch ads while I'm busy turning beads and making them work the way I want them to put on the project. Since I'm not actually doing anything fun right now. But it is fun for me. I like playing with the beads. Uh, uh, the roof, upon the roof. This is another oldie but goodie. I used to think that meant it was music my mother listened to, but I was so wrong. She never listened to rock and roll. She never appreciated rock and roll. I appreciate all kinds of music. I like classical music. I like country western, folk. I have a hard time with metal. It it is not my favorite. Rap and hip hop have changed enough that I'm okay with those. Blues, jazz is okay. I have to be in the right mood for jazz. Pippi and I were talking earlier about musicals. There's so much good music that have come out of musicals that have been performed. Oh, and I'm talking to just myself because everybody's in ads. Sorry, guys. There we go. I'm not going to mess with the camera. Never does what I want it to, so I'm not going to mess with it. And beads going on. Welcome back from the ads, guys. I was just talking about music and the different kinds that are out there and how I like many of them, all the way from classical to rock music and most things in between. Heavy metal I have a hard time with. It's one of the few genres that I have a hard time with. But there are even some redeeming qualities in some of the metal music. Some of them did songs that I could actually hear. And onward we go. We will finish this in no time. You're going to bed? You have a good night, Pippi. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. We'll just tuck you right on into bed. You get some good rest. And a good night hug. Sleep well. I'll be back on tomorrow night. You can watch more progress. Because what I'm doing won't take much longer. Let me get the noisy stuff out of the way. I still will put it over what's not done when I put it away for the night. There we go. Have a good day tomorrow, Pippi. And thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Ways to lose your lover. Ways to lose your lover. 2 ways to lose your lover. Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. No need to be coy, Roy. Just set yourself free. Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. The key you leave. So free. Back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. No need to be coy, Roy. Listen to me. Ah! Popped all those beads up right after I spent all that time getting them set in there. Self free. The ways to lose your lover. 50 ways to lose your lover. Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. No need to be coy, Roy. Just listen to yourself. Don't need to discuss much. Just keep yourself free. Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. No need to be coy, Roy. Just listen to me. Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, leave. Get yourself free. So bead popped on the tray as I was putting it on the pen, and so it turned all these beads upside down again. So now I gotta straighten beads as I go. God only knows what I'd be without you. Beach Boys again. Listen to me. God only knows what I'd be without you. Ha 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 ha. Getting down to the bottom. I love this. It's so fun. And it relaxes me. It's soothing to me. It's probably why I enjoy it so much. First time chat. Welcome in, Trinity. How are you? It's better than you did earlier. You have a 2x1 cylinder container to store your drills. You knocked over. Oh, the one you were working with, it split a light blue on a light. Oh, spilt. Oh, I can imagine. Oh my goodness. It would, I have dogs too, and if I were to spill these on the floor, it would be a race to see who could get to them first, them or me. So yeah, I don't like when I pop them in the tray, but that's much better than dropping them on the floor. How how fun, huh? Oh my. Life life and its curveballs. Indigenous Princess, thank you for coming in. How are you tonight? Found me looking for other fellow diamond painters. You're working on a sunflowers right now? Nice. This this is part of a kit that was gifted to me when I started streaming. It is 6 paintings, and they're all um, Disney characters, the evil stepmothers or the wicked, the protagonists in the Disney movies. This one is the Wicked Queen from Maleficent. I mean, from Snow White. Maleficent is the first one I did. I've done Ursula, and I've also done the Queen of Hearts. So this one, I'm down at the last, as you can see. I have the rest of it rolled up. If you want me to show you, I can unroll it real quick. Can't sleep, your whole body feels super tense, and fibromyalgia is so rough. I suffer with that too, and it's no fun. I I use my marijuana for the fibromyalgia as much as I use it for my other pains, aches and pains. Hi, Aki Teddy. Aki Teddy? Aki. How are you tonight? You have tons of kits. One of your kits you have yet to start, your largest 6 foot by 3 foot. Whoa, that's huge. Someday I might do a big one like that. But right now I'm content doing just these little, the 30 by 40 centimeters. I forget how many inches. It's like 9 by 12, I think. Something like that. But this size is good for me for now. But I have thought about when I'm finished with these, I have already put in my cart in Amazon a couple more to try. Same size, but pretty ones. So how many paintings have you done? I mean, I'm a new painter insofar as some other people are concerned because this is number 17. I've only done 17, and this is the 17th one. So I'm still a newbie at it, but I love it. Okay, pick up 3, put the extra one right up there where it goes. You're more newbie than me, Indigenous. You've done well over 25 pictures. You saw those set? Yes. I also would like to do the Disney princesses. There's 12 of those. Those would be fun to do. Your fibro messes a lot with your hands. Mine is more in my legs. You can't even hold a cup some days. I'm sorry to hear that. I um I have fibromyalgia. I have arthritis all over. I have both of my hips have already been replaced. And a few years back, I was diagnosed with CKD. So, yeah, life is fun. It just keeps attacking me. So I attack back, and I do this. Makes me feel good. putting some beauty in the world. You just came to terms that you loved your job as a certified nursing assistant doing home care, and now you don't have the ability to hold down. I had to quit working a few years back, and that's when I started really getting into my diamond art. Um, when I had the time for it, because even disabled, retired that I am, I have 4 dogs, I have 2 cats, so I am pretty busy. My my son lives with me and helps out. Um, he pretty much supports me. My disability doesn't do much. Those checks are pretty paltry. My daughter is in the process of moving back to help out as well. And I'm so excited about that. I miss my daughter. She moved out back in April to be with her significant other. He lives in Wisconsin. You're only 28 and have arthritis in your hands and hips, rheumatoid. Oh, I'm so sorry, princess. That is so hard. Mine is not rheumatoid. Thank you for small favors. Mine is osteo. So it's in all my joints. It's just in all my joints. My hands are, some days they don't move as well. But excuse me, it started with my hips. I have a really bad low back. I have a hard time moving some days because of my back, which is, that's the reason I had to stop working. It just got to where I couldn't function enough to keep my job. I'm was always an active person, and some days when my back goes on me, I can't lift my feet to walk. So you can't really do the job I was doing. I was a children's librarian if you can't lift your feet to walk. At least I couldn't. Um, but I thank my lucky stars that all of this happened when I was already hitting my 60s. So it was getting close to retirement age for me anyway. Your mom has a saying that in her lower spine, so surgery is 50-50 to being successful or not. See, no, they're not going to ever cut on my back. I've had 10 surgeries between my 2 hips, and I am not. Yeah, my lower back is what bothers me, and it just some days it'll catch, and it's extremely painful when it decides to do that. Even crutches are hard. I'll go into a wheelchair before I'll let them put me through surgery on my back. Nope, they're not going there. Not this girl. Mm-mm. The spine is too sensitive. There are too many nerves in the spine. There are too many things that can go wrong with spinal surgery. Nope, not me. Ain't gonna happen. You're too young to not be working. That is pretty young to not be working, but maybe you can find something that makes you feel useful, like doing diamond paintings and donating them to hospitals and nursing homes and care centers, making other people feel good. Um, I don't know what you do with yours. That's what I'm thinking about doing with mine. I give them away as gifts. You're going to follow and head out. You got a call to take. Well, have a wonderful evening and thanks for popping in. Come back and see me. I have my schedule up and I pretty much follow my schedule and I always put out an announcement if I don't. Bye bye. Your plan is to volunteer. There you go. That's something else that works. Volunteers are always important in a lot of places, schools and libraries and hospitals, nursing homes, a lot of places that provide care for others. So many people give up when they get surgery on the spine. Yeah, no, they're not going to cut on my spine. No, not my spine. I've been through enough without going through that. And that's a choice that I've made in recent years. Like, nope. If I have to walk on crutches, if I have to use a cane, if I end up in a wheelchair, that so be it. They're not going to cut on they're not going to cut on my back. Not my back. At my age, I kind of feel I have the right to say no more. I've had enough. No more cutting. Look at this. Here I am getting to the end of the background for this one. When I finish the background here tonight, folks, it'll be the end of my night. I'll find someone to raid out to at that point. But until then, I love conversation. Yes, I know. And sometimes I surprise um, caregivers in the medical profession when I say no. I was recently hospitalized with hypercalcemia, and uh, they wanted to give me a blood thinner shot every morning, and I said no. And they were very surprised. I said no. I'm a bleeder. You're not going to give me a blood thinner. I'm already a bleeder. I don't clot easy. So, no, just flat out no. Well, I'll have to put that in your chart. That's fine. Put that in my chart. I don't care where you put it. You're not going to put that needle in my belly with blood thinners in it. No. So I am learning how to speak up in the to the medical profession about what works for me and what doesn't. Because I was raised in the era where doctors are gods and you follow their instructions to the letter. And as I've learned recently, not so much. They're human too. And I have the right to say, no, this is my body. You're not doing that to me. I was. I wasn't mean about it. They would come in and say, we're here to do this. I said, no, thank you. They always shook their head and did a double take. Excuse me? I said, no, thank you. Why? So I did that for 2 mornings before they finally got the message. I was only there for 3 days, though. So you were about to say doctors are human too? Yes. And so are nurses and nursing assistants and PAs. And I mean, we're all human. And I do keep that in mind. So, but yeah. And actually, that was a scary health scare for me. Uh, as I've started to recover from that and feel better, I've been absolutely amazed looking back at how long I was sick and how sick I was without realizing it. They have to ask why you refuse so they can document so that, yes, totally understand that, which is why I told them exactly why I was saying no. In fact, when I had my hips replaced, um, actually not the first replacement, when they did a revision on the first replacement, because I'd worn out the lining in the socket, they gave me blood thinners to take afterwards, and it caused so much havoc with my system. The doctor never gave me blood thinners after that when he worked on my hips. So that was a lesson I learned at the same time. I don't take blood thinners. No, they couldn't get it right because, I mean, like I said, I'm a bleeder. And so the numbers were always off when they came in to test me that time when I was on blood thinners. So, but yes, I know they have to CYA, which is why I just very kindly said, "No, I'm not taking that." And this is why. Come on, bead. There you go. Last time you were actually hospitalized, you were 5 and just had brain surgery. Holy crap. They were shocked that as soon as you woke up, the first thing you did was punch your dad in the face and responded with his "I love you," with "I love you too." I shouldn't have been able to sit up at that time. Holy crap, man. And later that night, you scared the crap out of the night nurses when you disappeared with your IV tubing, and oh my goodness sakes. Sounds like you were a fun patient. I was 13 when I had my hips operated on the first time. I know I had my tonsils out when I was about 5, but that was the only thing I had done that early. My sister had foot surgeries. She had like 8 surgeries, 4 on each foot, before she was 10 because she had a severe case of clubfoot. So both my brothers also had clubfoot, but they found it early enough they were able to put them in braces and correct it. Hold on a second. My bot's not happy about something. Okay. You wandered down the hall to the toy room and was playing in there? How fun. Every time you saw the nurse that was in charge of you that night, growing up, she had to remind you of how much of a pain in her butt you were. It was all good, though. Yeah, it usually is. I'm sure they laughed about it for a while. Yeah, kids will do what kids will do. I worked in schools for like 30 years, so in different capacities, in different areas of the school. So that was fun. I learned a lot about kids. After that, they made sure you had plenty of toys in your room to occupy yourself with. Got smart, didn't they? Doesn't take long to figure us out. I don't usually say much when I'm in the hospital. I sleep a lot. When they put me in the hospital, I just sleep a lot. It's like, I don't feel good. I'm going to go to sleep. So this last time, they were pushing fluids to help me flush the excess calcium out of my blood. And so every 5 hours, I was going through one of those bags. So I was up quite a bit to use the bathroom. So they always took advantage of my calls to use the bathroom because they wouldn't let me get out of bed without help. And they always came in to take my vitals every time I would get up to go. But they were taking blood 3 times a day. And yeah, it was fun. Oh, I'm going to have to put some more black in here. I didn't get quite enough in here to finish this out. That's okay. I got plenty left. I don't need much. but I will need a few more. So hospitals can be a scary place for kids. I was always in children's hospital when I had to have my hip surgeries done. Excuse me. But I was already a teenager. And so they could talk to me and explain things to me. A kid is going to do, you're right. Kid is going to do what a kid is going to do. You were in and out of hospitals all the time. You had seizures. Wow. Until 2 months after your surgery and you bit your tongue. Oh my God. You fell off circus bleachers backwards onto concrete when you were 7. Was never allowed. Oh, well, gosh darn. Take all the fun out of life for you. That's rough, girl. That's rough. I am so sorry you dealt with all of that. There's no wonder you're disabled at 28, having all that going on in your life. That's tough stuff, man. I'm glad you're still here to talk about it. You're back. Your housemate called you just to talk. Doesn't happen very often. How funny. And that's more than I'm going to need for this. I'm almost finished with the background Miss Mountain Girl, and then I'm going to call it a night. And as you can see, I've only got a couple of minutes left here. So I'm going to find somebody to raid out to. Unless somebody has somewhere they'd like me to raid to. If you have somebody out there that is on this time of night, morning, I'd be more than happy to go there for you. Otherwise, I'll just look through who I know and raid out to somebody else. You were born jaundice. My son was born jaundice. The doctor that ended up being your pediatrician stayed with you and held your hand in the dark room so your parents could have a break. He happened to have a son born the same day as you. You and the son were great friends. That's often. The crafty jellyfish? Is that somebody you know out there, Mountain Girl? Is is that how is it the crafty jellyfish or is it just crafty jellyfish? I'll see if I can find them in a moment when I'm finished with this. Crafty jellyfish, you're sure. Okay, cool. We will raid out to crafty jellyfish when I'm through in a few minutes. Somebody else who does crafts and is up through the night. Works. Your pediatrician was concerned before you started school because you wouldn't do your alphabet or count with him. Well, I mean, those are important milestones that kids go through, and of course he's going to be concerned because if you're not hitting those milestones or you're not showing that, they get concerned about brain development. She's from the UK. It's like 10 a.m. her time. Oh, okay, that works. All righty then. We're almost there. Beads. background done. Let's see. Look at that. Here, Trinity. Let me show you the top of it. This is what I've done since Monday. I started on this on Monday. So I finished all that up to about this line here. And so from there down, I've done background tonight. I love it. It's beautiful. I like the way it's turning out. I really like the mirror, how he turned out. Mirror, mirror on the wall. He turned out quite well. So your dad was like, you aren't asking her the way she was taught. Your doctor asked, and your dad told him to get closer and ask to count. You grabbed his coat and then butt-headed him. Oh my God, you and your dad roughhoused all the time? Wow. My dad died when I was 8, and he was not always a very nice person. And so I don't have good memories, which makes me sad, but it is what it is. Okay, put this up so I can cover the glue. Keep it covered for the night. Alrighty then. Everything is covered so that it will not pick up too much hair. With 4 dogs and 2 cats in my house, I get lots of hair on my projects that I have to be careful with. So, crafty jellyfish, huh? The only thing you couldn't do when you started kindergarten is you couldn't do reading comprehension. You would say the individual words, but not like you would a sentence. Reading is not always easy for kids to learn. It takes some kids a while. And that's okay. I mean, we're all individual and unique. We all learn in our own ways. All right, let's see what I can make happen here. Thank you everybody for coming in. You have a fluffy corgi, so you have corgi glitter everywhere. So you